Hello everyone, welcome to another day on the channel, welcome to Azeroth, and welcome back to our dwarf rogue. No longer hardcore. This was a hardcore character, and I moved them over to the anniversary realms. Dragon's Bane, welcome, good afternoon. David, welcome to the stream. Thank you all very much for joining me. Alright, so let's do a little bit of housekeeping here on this tune. Take a look at a couple things. We have cooking is doing pretty good, 119. First aid is 100. Fishing is almost capped, 144. And this character is a leather worker and a skinner. And we're doing good with these. Usually I want to get to 150 by level 25. So we're actually pretty well on track. Karen, good evening to you. Thanks for joining us. Inventory-wise, inventory looks like a little bit of a mess. We've got a lot of raw bristle whisker catfish. We don't have the recipe. Oh, that's kind of a bummer. Alright, we're gonna take care of that. What do I want to do here? I don't know if I want to do a lot here. I kind of want to get back to the Eastern Kingdoms, because this character is all set up to do Deadmines. I would love to do a Deadmines run, but I want to see if I have the flight point to Astronar yet, because if I don't have the flight point, I might make the run.
Goddess watch over you.
Yeah, I don't know any. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna make the run to the south. I want to get down to Ashenvale. We have a couple of quests to turn in anyway. We have a quest to talk to Onu. And then I think Tower of Athalex, that one actually turns in somewhere in Ashenvale. So yeah, let's start things off with a little bit of travel. That'll give people time to come into the stream. And our Hearthstone is set in the Stout Lager Inn. So when we're done here, we can just hearth back to Loch Modan. And we can jump on a flight or whatever we want to do from there. But yeah, I'd love to pop myself in the queue for Deadmines. I don't want to get into the queue too early because it's going to take us like 12 minutes, 12 or 15 minutes to get all this running done and get ourselves where we need to be. But yeah, pretty soon we'll jump into the queue. Denver Jack, thanks for joining us today. Yeah, we had a good day. We don't do a lot for Thanksgiving. We just kind of have a normal chill day just at the house with us, but then we don't have a lot of family around or anything like that, so it was a good resting day. Dante, welcome to the stream, buddy. It looks like for leatherworking skill ups, we can make some medium armor kits. We just need coarse thread. Other than that, we have this dark leather cloak recipe. We need gray dye and fine thread. Fine thread was pretty expensive when we were playing hardcore, because we had no resources. I've moved this character over to the regular Thunderstrike server, so now we have some money. So now things like this are not gonna affect us as much. We can afford to splurge a little bit to level up our leatherworking. Jack, if I end up playing on a rogue, it's gonna be this one right here. Yeah, we had a human rogue for a while, but at this point, if I do end up on a rogue, it'll probably be this rogue that I am currently on. We're gonna level a few characters for TBC. Can I pick a race and a class for you? I could, but I won't. That's a very personal thing. You know, if I pick your race and your class, then I'm responsible for like how you feel about your playthrough after that. And I just don't know if I can shoulder that level of responsibility, you know? Like taking responsibility for 200 hours of somebody's life, what they're gonna have to look at and the buttons they're gonna have to press. That's a big responsibility. I would never even tell guildies what they should play when like new expansions were coming out and stuff. They'd be like, oh, what should we roll? Like, I don't know, don't ask me. You gotta answer that question yourself. Let's talk to this guy. It is strange that there are Naga here in Darkshore. Is it really that strange? It doesn't really seem that strange to me. I don't know if I want to do any of this stuff. I mean, this is a relatively easy quest. We could just go do that really quick. But then again, do I need to? I don't really need to. I kind of want to skip the rest of this stuff, and I just want to get the flight point. I want to do Deadmines, so I'm going to skip this stuff for now. I feel like we have plenty of ways we can make up the XP. There you go, hunters are the best. Oh, priests are the best. Yeah, see, I mean, everybody has a different answer. And for some people, the answer is different at different times in their life. Sometimes the answer is different for me in, like, different parts of the month. Like, you know, right now I'm enjoying the rogue, the warrior. In a couple months, maybe I'll be enjoying a warlock. Like, who knows? When you play enough of the game, you can kind of love all of the classes. You can kind of come to like match your mood, like what mood am I in today? Do I prefer rogue or warrior? I don't really know. There are, because sometimes how I feel about a class becomes affected by the externalities of playing that class. And what do I mean by externalities? I mean side effects and consequences that are not intrinsic to the button pushing of the class. Like, obviously warrior is the best class. Everybody knows this. It's the most DPS. You get good gear, you're going to blow anybody out of the water in DPS and as a tank. But along with being a warrior, like, certain things happen when you're a warrior. The first externality is that people expect you to tank. Okay? So, you know, for me, it's very easy to get pigeonholed into tanking. That's fine. We can fury tank. Fury tanking is kind of fun. The second thing that happens is that you kind of like, after a while, you find that it's hard to play as a DPS warrior because nobody wants to invite you to pugs. As a pugger, DPS warrior, like if you're a solo pugger, DPS warrior is literally one of the worst things you can try to play. Because nobody wants to bring your DPS warrior. You know, they've already got a fury warrior tanking. That guy doesn't want to share loot with you. He's not going to want you in the group. Nobody's really going to want you in the group. The healer's not going to want you there because the healer knows you're going to pull threat off the tank. That's going to be another person the healer has to heal. So already the tank doesn't want you in the group. The healer doesn't want you in the group. The other DPSs, they're going to be like put to shame by your DPS because they are not as good as you because you are the best class. And so the third externality is that even other DPS players come to hate you. So, yeah. So when I think about like what's my favorite class, well, that depends. Like, are we taking all the externalities out of it? Which in practice you really can't do, or are we including those factors? Because, you know, if we're including all those factors, I'd probably rather be a rogue, because on a rogue, like, I'm never going to be pressured to tank. I'm never going to fall into the rut of tanking. You know, people are going to want me in the group because I'm not going to roll on all the tanks gear. And generally people don't hate rogues. So it would be easy to say, like, maybe rogue is my favorite class now. I don't know. Let's play it for a while and we'll see. I don't know, like TBC Paladins, they really can't do a lot more than classic Paladins can do. They can tank a little bit better, right? There is still no DPS ret that is taken seriously in TBC, not unless they're making changes to Paladin that I don't know about. The changes that really let Paladins become DPS players that were not laughed at happened in Wrath of the Lich King. Yeah, the Wrath of the Lich King revamp for Pallies, that's what let them do DPS. And even then people would laugh when you wanted to DPS as a Paladin. Even though you could like top the meter sometimes, people would still be, oh yeah, DPS Paladin, ho ho ho. Oh, you're just mad because my class does more damage than yours and has fewer buttons to push. Druid tank? Druid tanks were good. We had a Druid main tank all through Wrath of the Lich King, so at least by then they're good. I gotta drop down here, turn this one in, and then not take the follow-up.
Well met. For the Alliance, light bless you. Go with honor, friend.
I continue to be surprised by how many people we see running around the world. I wonder if everybody is basically just done with Mista Pandaria. And maybe there has been a mass exodus of people leaving Mista Pandaria and coming back to the Anniversary Realms. It's like there's people everywhere. You've been watching videos of people setting up Classic on Steam, on the Steam Deck. Yeah, I've heard about that. I think we've had people in chat hanging out who have done that. It seems cool. I don't have a Steam Deck. And I don't know really like what else I would play on Steam Deck. But yeah, it would be nice. You know what I want it for? Like, and I would take it on Game Pass too. I just want to be able to work on my professions from my couch. Like, I don't think I need to do a lot of serious WoW gaming from my couch. Obviously, I spend, like, time in my office playing every day. And I'm always gonna rather be at my computer, you know? But I would love to have it on Game Pass, or like a Steam Deck. If I owned a Steam Deck, then I could do my professions from the couch. Imagine how much fishing I would get done. I don't want to take any of these quests yet. I'm gonna grab one to remind me to maybe come back here. Like, maybe we'll want to do some questing here, because we'll want to do BFD. And we'll probably want some quests to do while we're waiting in the queue for BFD. But I think right now, you know, we got the flight point, so I think let's hearth out of here. That'll get us back to Eastern Kingdoms, and we can start setting up to jump in the queue for Deadmines. So we have all the quests. David, you had 30 people trying to work on the Miner's Badge quest in Deadmines. It was a hoot. It was probably a hoot and a half, let's be fair. We'll see if that happens to me today. I'm gonna put myself... I'm kind of worried about getting a group invite like immediately. And we're still gonna be like some minutes out. How many minutes? I don't know. I have to check my Leatrix. Make sure... oh yeah, let's see. System? Yeah, flight timers is on. Interface. I want the enhanced quest log. I want enhanced professions. Enhanced trainers. Enhanced flight map would be great. Okay. Automation is set up. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. So how long is this flight? 5 minutes. Do we want to stop in Stormwind? How are we with our skills? Backstab. Yeah, I can't do my poison quest yet. The quest is too hard. The quest is too hard at level 21. I remember we tried it and I couldn't do it. I think I either need help with it or I need to gain a level. I think I'm just gonna go straight to Westfall. CNET, welcome to the stream, man. Thanks for being here today. Yeah, 2 streams in 1 week. It's crazy. It's because we're on Thanksgiving holiday. My kid didn't have school for the last part of the week, and now we're into the weekend, and you know, I just have a little bit of extra time. Mainly, I had a little bit of extra energy, you know, not having to do the daily routine for a few days. Just have a little bit of extra energy that I can put into hanging out and streaming. Alright, I'm gonna take a look at the queue. See what we got going on. Boop. Ooh, I mean, that's a lot of people. That is a lot of people. They all have rogues already, so we're gonna have to wait for another one to come together. It's gonna be that thing where, like, when I'm on a rogue, it's gonna feel like everybody's playing rogue. You know, that just happens whatever class you're on, it feels like. Do I use an MMO mouse? Yeah, I do. I use an old Logitech G600. I think it's a G600. It's discontinued now, but mine kind of still works. My left clicker on it is dying slowly. I should replace this mouse, but I'm fond of it. It's not easy to just toss it aside and replace it with something new. Yeah, all the F keys you see, I hit those with my mouse. Yeah, all the F keys, all the Shift F keys, I'm hitting with my mouse, with my thumb. I can hit them on the keyboard too, that's what I like, is like I can hit them on the keyboard, but mainly if it's a function key, I'm using it from my mouse. This mouse changed my life. This mouse is what allowed me to actually enjoy the button pushing in World of Warcraft. Because before this mouse, you know, obviously like a lot of people, I struggled with keybinds. And I struggled with keybinds just feeling good to push, you know. It's kind of why, like, I went into healing so hard, probably, because, like, with healing I always felt I needed less keybinds. But yeah, finding out that there were mouses intended for MMOs changed how I got to experience the game. And definitely extended my ability to play the game into my older age. Wayne, welcome to the stream, buddy. Happy holidays to you as well. Thanks for joining us. I could put a group together. If I see a tank pop in, I will grab him. Maybe the same thing if I see a healer pop in, maybe I'll just grab the healer and maybe I'll just assemble the team. We can, I'd like to at least grab a healer or a tank before I try to start doing that, though. So we'll just keep our eyes open for now. Okay, there we go. All right, that'll work. Let's make a few changes here while we're in flight. We want to use raid style frames. We want class colors turned on. We want power bars. And then we want to adjust the size of these things. And we also need health text, health remaining. Let's make it so you guys can actually see these health bars. That looks pretty good. Oh, and then there were two. And then there were two. Okay, that's perfect. And then details. Where do I have details popping up? That's fine as long as we have everything closed out, that's fine. Which typically in an instance, all this closes out automatically. So yeah, that looks good. We can probably scoot it down a little bit. And the profile is not set up correctly. Let's change this to DPS. Current segment. Let's change this to overall data for damage done. And we are all set. A rogue and a hunter, level 19 hunter. We have to keep an eye on that too. I don't want to end up in a group with somebody who's like an obnoxiously high level and defeats all of the kill XP. That's happened before. Yeah, I mean, no one really wants a DPS pally, but at this level, a DPS pally would be great. He should really invite this guy. What do we want to do in the meantime? We can maybe head over to the lighthouse. Do I have oil? I do not have oil. We get the oil from the Harvest Watchers. So we could go try to fight some Harvest Watchers and see if we can get the 5 oil we need to take it over to the lighthouse, assuming this group doesn't come together, like, instantly. Which it may or may not. It'd be nice if you can grab this Warlock. This person is not being as active as I would like to see a person be. And I think... I mean, I could probably put my own group together faster. Okay, there we go. He took an action. Yeah, that's good. He took an action. Now we have 3 DPS. Now let's see if he can find us tank and heals. Now the question is, do these guys actually drop the oil, or am I just making that up? We'll kill a handful of them and see. Yeah, they do drop it. Flask of oil. We need 5 for the quest. Alright, we pull the warrior into the group. I'm assuming this warrior is willing to tank. And now we just need heals. Yeah, it must be nice to be a healer. Similar to a tank, I'm assuming like as a healer you probably get almost instant invites. Oh, I've thought about re-rolling Athos a few times. I have definitely thought about it. You know, we're also going to have to vendor before we do this. Because we already don't have a lot of inventory space. Is leather working really worth it? I don't know. The answer to that question is going to depend on what we can do with it in Burning Crusade. And by that I mean, like, what epics are we going to be able to craft with it before we get into raids? I guess that's what's going to make it worth it. Also, are there any specialty items that we can put on the auction house so that other leather workers can use? Like for tailors, I remember there were 2 types of cloth that a max level tailor can make. And so you'd have cooldowns. You could use like a daily cooldown where you make this item, you would put it on the auction house or use it. And if you sold it, it would sell for quite a bit. So there could be something like that for leather working. Or there could be gear that we can make for ourselves, or there could be gear that we put on the auction house. So that's what would make it worth it, is like, what can we do with it in TBC endgame? And I don't really know the answer. Dragon's Bane says, kinda, maybe, yes. Right. So I know, like, with tailors, yes. With a tailor, it absolutely is worth it. Especially from like a gold or economy perspective to have tailoring. And I guess we'll find out, maybe we'll find out if leatherworking is similar. We are having a problem. Either we're having a problem finding heals or this guy's just not diligently spamming. No heals in the queue. I wonder if he's spamming LFG. There we go. We got a pally. Okay, let's put a pin in this for now. Because I need to vendor. Oh man. Probably should have just done that already, but I didn't realize everyone was gonna be here already once the group formed up. We have 8 inventory spots. That's simply not gonna cut it. And I'd rather not drop everything. There's a vendor in Moonbrook. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Good call. I forgot about that guy. Yeah, he's upstairs. I might have to fight to him. I could probably just stealth in there. I probably don't have to fight anybody. So this building right here to the left. Well, somebody's been in here recently. Very nice. That worked out pretty well. Alright, now what am I going to sell? The mushrooms I don't need. I'm going to get rid of the sharpening stone. You could say, just to use it. Okay, well, we sold it instead. Okra can go. Hops can go. Copper tube. Copper bolts can go. Stam intellect. Gloves can go. I don't think I need this right now. If I need it, I can just buy it on the auction house. And that's really just about it. That's really all the space I can make, unfortunately. That's not going to last us very long in the dungeon. But it is what it is. Oh, God. I have made a terrible mistake. I'm going to try to leash these fellas. And not bring them down in my group. Is this warrior disconnected? No, they're just very low HP. Am I still being chased? Okay, we're good. In we go. We'll see if they're going to work on the quests that happen outside of the instance, and if they do, how many other players are there? Weston, welcome to the stream, buddy. I am doing well. Thanks for asking. Inscribed leather bracers, 3 intellect. We don't need that. Did I have a good Thanksgiving? Yeah, absolutely. I'm really surprised there's not at least one other group here trying to do this. Okay, there is somebody else here who is not a part of the group, but it looked like a solo player. He must have just killed the name guy, though, because I don't see him anywhere. Although I don't see his body either. So perhaps he'll respawn soonish. Oh, that's a good way to judge how active the server is. 13,333 items on the AH. That's an interesting metric. Yeah, it seems really busy. There are players all over the place. I think people must have, maybe they burned out of Mr. Pandaria. Maybe they're waiting for content at Mr. Pandaria. I haven't been following any other versions of the game or playing any other versions of the game besides Classic Era. So I have no idea. I thought it was the buff at first that was driving, oh, let's jump down, that was driving people to the game. But, you know, the buff was only 1 week, the buff came and went. And there are still more people than ever. So, yeah. I'm assuming at least some people came over from Mr. Pandaria. Yeah, the TBC announcement. Having a date, right? Having a date will motivate most people if they are at all interested, so they know that, you know, January 13 is the pre-patch. Yeah, I think more people right now are interested in prepping for TBC than they are in playing hardcore, right? Yeah, because the hardcore realm is always medium population. There's always going to be a population of people that only want to play hardcore. But for the people that play it, and then, you know, a lot of people are going to switch over to regular era. Because keep in mind, the hardcore servers are not moving into TBC, so... See, this is perfect for me. I don't have to pull the mobs. I don't have to heal. I don't have to buff anybody. I don't have to drink. I don't have to eat. I just follow along and I poke stuff. And that's it. I don't even have any AoE I can do, so all I gotta do is walk up to the priority target and poke them until they're dead. And then on to the next. Parkow, good evening to you, buddy. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining us today. Am I leveling with swords? Yeah, we're primarily going to do swords. Now, we haven't gone into sword spec or anything yet, so if we get a better weapon in the meantime, we'll equip whatever, but yeah, we're not doing a dagger build. We're going to do combat swords. Have I heard about Ascension WoW? Yeah, I've heard about lots of private servers. Yep. Private servers have never really interested me a lot. I did a little bit of time on Turtle WoW, but ultimately I never had a need for like strange, contrived versions of WoW Classic. Like I really would like a real WoW Classic Plus someday, but I'm willing to wait and see what Blizz cooks up. Not being able to shoot through doors drove you nuts in Turtle WoW. Yep, that was when I stopped playing my High Elf Mage. I was doing the Collector's Quest in Elwyn Forest. I tried to shoot like spells into the house to pull them out, and I couldn't. And I was like, yeah, that's a little bit too much jank for me. I just had to pass on the jank. It's a cool experiment. I like a lot of what they did with the story and the lore and stuff, but I am just willing to wait for a real Classic Plus to see what Blizz does with their own story and their own lore. And, you know, if it's good, great. If it's not good, I'll just keep playing Classic. No big deal. Turn on enemy cast bars. Yeah, right. You can do that now. Enemy casts. Oh, you know, it says they're on. Are we not seeing them? I think we're seeing them, aren't we? I don't know. I feel like we're seeing some of them. I interrupted a flame strike, so I saw the flame strike cast. Yeah, I think we're seeing at least some of them. 4 agility, 3 intellect. No, we'll keep the stamina, obviously. I think our tank is AFK. Yeah, they said BRB quickly. And they are not moving. You better spend some of that gold, Dragonsbane. Just log into somebody and buy something right now. You don't want to have 666 total gold. It's probably bad. This Warlock is cranking. What is he doing? Immolate. Immolate and his imps... Immolate, Imp, Firebolt, and Wand are his highest damaging abilities. That's amazing. Cloth gloves with strength and intellect. Wow. Maybe one of the things I'm looking forward to most about TBC is I think in TBC they went back through and they made some of the loot better in these low-level instances. Like, I think we see more blues dropping starting in Burning Crusade. It just feels better to kill a boss and get a blue item. Even if it's not an amazing blue item. Demon Hunter, welcome to the stream, buddy. Thanks for being here today. We are playing the rogue again, yep. This was our hardcore rogue, and I switched her over to the regular anniversary realms. Is it classic? Well, yeah. Yep, anniversary classic. Deadmines is fun, especially on this rogue. I'm really digging my dungeon experience here. This is Thunderstrike EU. Can you transfer SOD tunes to regular classic? Sadly, no. They did not allow SOD tunes to go anywhere, but to be fair, they always kind of hinted that the SOD tunes wouldn't go anywhere. What they did for people instead is, like, for players that killed one of the last raid bosses, they gave people a free boost in Mist of Pandaria Classic. I feel like they should have given anybody a boost who capped a character. Like, if you capped a character in SOD, they should have given you a boost for Pandaria, but instead they locked it behind a raid fight, which was fine, because it gave SOD, like, one final burst of fun for people going in and trying to kill the boss. Has the new DLC come out? If you're talking about Burning Crusade, the pre-patch for Burning Crusade is going to start January 13. That's when you'll see the new races, Blood Elves and Draenei, come into the game. What's my plan for TBC? I don't have any, like, a lot of specific plans. I'm gonna do Alliance on the EU realms, and then I think I'm gonna play Horde on the US realms. But for raids and stuff, I'm gonna do that on the EU realms, because I'm pretty sure I'm gonna raid with CNET's guild. So we'll do Alliance and we'll do raiding in TBC on EU, and then I'm gonna play some Horde side on Dream Scythe US. And we're gonna DPS. That's kind of what this is. I'm trying to find, like, a pure DPS class that I want to play in TBC. Because I really can't end up as a tank, and I don't think I want to heal, because I've kind of been there and I've done that. So I'm trying to find a pure DPS, something that cannot tank, cannot heal, that I enjoy the button pressing on, and so far the rogue is looking really good. Oh yeah, I know I like TBC Mage. That might end up being what we do. I think I'm gonna do a Blood Elf Mage on the Horde side. Yeah, I'm gonna do a Blood Elf Mage, and I want to level a Draenei Pally. Not to main, just because I know I'm gonna need a Pally. So we'll do a Draenei Pally just to have it. And then I think for my main Horde character, I'll probably do a Blood Elf Mage. Oh, very nice. That is level 22. We got a guy back here shooting. Kai's yaps. That's fine. I mean, it's fine. I appreciate you asking. Technically, I can't stop you from doing that, even if I didn't want you to. So I appreciate you asking, and I don't mind. Yeah, that's very thoughtful of you. I do appreciate it. Did this boss drop nothing, or did I... Oh, he dropped the smelting pans, I guess. Sometimes he drops a really good ring. That's a lot of guys. It's just a lot of guys. I'd like to target the elite. There we go. Yeah, I don't think I've ever won the ring. I've seen it drop a handful of times, and I don't think I've ever won it. I don't always roll on it. It's a ring that's like kind of good for most people, but I feel like there are a couple of classes that really don't need it. And I think I've seen it drop recently on a class that I didn't feel like needed the ring. Kind of surprised that we survived that. That was a fun pull. Well, there we go. We looted all of our red silk bandanas. I can pick this lock. We don't have to blow up the door, like, and alert everybody. See, when you don't blow up the door, they stay in their little places, and then it's easier to deal with the introductory part of the docks. It's funny that Van Cleef's personal chef is a Murloc with a passion for fine cooking. Yeah, you know, I've never really thought about that before, but you know, I guess Van Cleef was like the original equal opportunity employer. Usually when it comes to like the enemy organizations in World of Warcraft, they're much more inclusive than either the Horde or the Alliance. They tend to let anybody in. They don't tend to discriminate. It's kind of funny. Like, the heroes are all basically racist, and the only people that are like just on even footing with each other and accept everybody are the bad organizations, like the cults and the thieving guilds and all that stuff. They have better hiring practices than either the Horde or the Alliance. Wanderlust, thanks for joining us today. I appreciate it.
You landlubbers are tougher than I thought. I'll have to improvise. Now you're making me angry.
Well, there we go. At least he dropped a blue. Two-handed mace. We never see this drops. Smite's mighty hammer. I hope the warrior or the pally need it. Looks like the warrior has rolled need on it. Yeah, that's good. The warrior grabbed it. A lot of groups go left first now, and they take care of Cookie right away. I've seen more groups do that than to go right first these days. I found out recently you can fight him right out here on the deck, and it will not engage the boss. The warlock is asking if someone has drinks for him. The healer only has one drink left. And he dropped a green belt. I mean, it's a leather belt with strength on it. I mean, my belt is white, so I'm gonna roll on it. Don't get me wrong. I'll roll on it. I don't really know if it's great for us.
None may challenge the Brotherhood. Lapdogs, all of you. Our cause is righteous. The Brotherhood shall prevail.
Well, there we go. It's kind of wasted in a way. Because we get a good chess piece from the quest. I mean, but it's part of the Defias set. Obviously, I'm going to roll on it. Let's loot his head and the letter. It said that I won the belts. Maybe I'm just not seeing the belt. If I look up in the log... Oh no, I did not win the belt. The other paladin, or the paladin rolled neat on the leather strength, and he took the belt. Okay. I just can't read. And the warrior, the tank rolled on the leather. So the pally took one piece of leather, and then the tank took the other piece of leather. It's like, just when you think that as a rogue, like obviously you're gonna get the leather gear, it's like, no, they don't give a shit. And this leather piece, I mean, it's not really great for a warrior. It's got 4 if it had 11 strength on it and 4 stam, then it would be good, but it's got 4 strength, 3 agility, 11 stam. I guess it could be better than what he has. But it's definitely not ideal that he rolls on an item like that when it should go to a rogue or a hunter or a druid or anybody that wears leather. Oh, we got Cookie's wand. The only person who should roll on this is obviously the warlock. And yeah, there we go. We had a chance at loot. It was a chance. Alright, we can get the chess piece from the quest though, so it's okay. It's just really stupid to see a warrior roll on something like that. I wouldn't mind maybe doing another one. But let's get these turned in. I'm going to go over to the lighthouse and we're going to... Oh, wait, did we get the oil? Yeah, we got 5 oil. Okay, let's shoot over to the lighthouse. We'll get that one turned in. And then we'll go turn in the main quest. Battered chest. Don't mind if I do. Sometimes it makes sense to need everything. I mean, if you're a certain kind of person, anything could make sense. It's never made sense to me or for me to need on everything. I just need on stuff that I actually need. But sure, I mean, I guess that makes perfect sense to somebody. I'm not going to work on these quests right now, but they would be a good thing to work on while we're waiting for our next run to come together. So for now, let's go back to Sentinel Hill. We'll turn everything in, we'll empty our inventory. We didn't get the ones outside of the instance done, so I'm kind of hoping we get another shot at that. We didn't even see the named guy this time. The named guy was not there while we were grinding for the short period of time that we were there. Do we need better weapons? Maybe we should make a run to Stormwind. There's got to be something better on the auction house. Level 11 offhand weapon and Daryl's short sword from Loch Modan. I feel like at level 22 there's got to be some better one-handed weapons. And maybe the responsible thing to do would be to go check that out before we do another run. Yeah, there's around 13,000 items, so there's probably something, is what you're saying. So what you're saying is we have a chance. We have a chance. Does the undead rare enemy still exist in Westfall? It can be found at a grave. I've never seen it. But, you know, after 20 years, I just recently saw the named Harvest Reaper down here at this farm. So, you know, it's very possible that many rares exist that I've never come across. Yeah, we're gonna turn these in and then we're gonna go to Stormwind. Do a little bit of shopping. Fill in some gaps.
What can I do for you? Be careful.
So we're gonna take the tunic. So see, we get a decent chest piece. Like anyway, I would have liked to have been able to build the Defias set, because it comes with some bonuses, but whatever.
Light bless you.
Not a big deal. Let's equip this chest piece and just be happy with it. Doesn't look as cool because it's not black, but it'll do.
I supply only the finest goods.
We have to pick up the bristle whisker catfish recipe in Stormwind and cook these fish.
Safe travel.
Get these fish out of our inventory.
Light be with you.
Well, this might be okay for an offhand weapon.
Light bless you.
How does that look compared to the offhand that we currently have? It's 30 top end, so more top end, more DPS. I think for now we'll go ahead and slot this into our offhand. Talon, good morning, buddy. Welcome to the stream. You probably didn't see it because I didn't schedule it very far ahead of time. I only scheduled it a couple hours in advance.
You need something?
I like to schedule them further out in advance so you guys see it, but the truth is, sometimes I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to stream until the day of. So sometimes all I really have is like a few hours where I know, yes, I'm going to stream today a few hours from now. I'll try to have at least one day a week that I schedule like a couple days in advance. But beyond that one day, any other day that I stream will probably be very impromptu. You missed our first Deadmines run, but don't fret. We're gonna do another run. No rants yet. I've been trying to not rant as much. Sometimes I just go off, you know? Trying not to do that stuff. I forget what stream it was. I think it was one of the Hardcore Paladin streams. Somebody left me a comment saying that one of my rants was narcissistic and unhinged. And I thought, like, yeah, that follows. Narcissistic and unhinged. I'm absolutely sure that many of my rants sound that way. It's usually not the intention behind my rants to sound narcissistic or unhinged. But especially out of context, I'm sure some of my rants have sounded that way. So I would just rather not. They're not rants, they're rambles. Sometimes they're rants. When they become narcissistically unhinged, I think we move from rambles into ranting. There's a line somewhere, and the problem is that I don't really know the line. Because I think my line is different than most people's. But then again, by saying that, that sounds kind of narcissistic, so maybe I should just shut up while I'm ahead. Let's look 20 to 22 for weapons. Ooh. Sword of Corruption. Sword of Corruption sounds cool. That's an offhand. Twisted Saber is a main hand. I don't know what speeds I want. Wait. I want a slow... I want a fast offhand and a slow main hand? A fast offhand. This is an offhand, but this is 2.1. Now, it's faster than our current offhand. I think I'm just gonna grab some of these swords and be happy. So let's grab this one. I think it'll be okay. And let's grab a twisted saber for the main hand. Okay, so that takes care of weapons. What about gaps in our armor? Like, what are we working with here? We got the chest piece is good. We might be able to find some shoulders at this level. Bracers we need. Like, we could use everything. We need everything. Well, this was a hardcore character. They had nothing, so we basically need everything. Let's start with shoulders. We'll bump this back to like 18, I suppose. Ooh, oh, we can get shoulders with stats now. Oh, very nice. Strength and agility. Yeah. I want those. Let's look for a belt. Silver line belt, intellect and spirit I do not need. Deviate scale belt is good. I'm not paying 21 gold for a level 18 belt though. Intellect spirit. Agility intellect. Agility spirit is pretty okay. Let's just grab that. It's pretty cheap. Legs. Agility spirit again. I mean, agility spirit gear is pretty cheap. Our legs are pretty good. We got the dark leather pants. 8 agility is pretty good. I'm gonna leave those alone. Boots of the Lynx. I mean, that's really good. Again, I can't justify 25 gold on a level 19 boot. So what else do we got? The 5 agility boots we have are actually pretty good. Let's leave those alone. Yeah, this character is not a hardcore character anymore. They're on the anniversary rooms. I could probably put up like a comment about it, but it didn't seem like a huge deal to me. The icons are right. Like if you look at the thumbnail and stuff, it has the right iconography. Whereas if it's hardcore, I will always use the hardcore logo. Bracers? I mean, who's buying bracers in classic era for 1,500 gold? Can somebody explain that to me? Like, how much real money transactions have you made to get this gold? That's a lot of gold for some level 20 bracers. They're not even like twink bracers. They're not even like level 19 bracers. What else? Oh, attack power. Oh, 40 gold. Yikes. How about this? How about 2 gold? Let's grab those. And gloves. Toughened leather gloves. Oh, those are nice. And we can get them really cheap, so let's do that. I think that's everything. Unless we want to look at rings. Rings are always incredibly expensive. Let's go down to like level 12 for rings. Yeah, okay. Stamina spirit, nope. Stamina intellect spirit, nope. Agility, we need this one. This one costs 66 gold for that one. Intellect, stamina. We could just buy like a stamina ring. We don't have any rings. So we'll buy 1 stamina ring. And let's go to the next page. Any kind of agility would be good. Defias Mage Ring. I've never seen that. Intellect and Spirit. Strength and Stamina. I'm not seeing anything with agility on it. Here we go. Okay, I think we're good. I think we're good. That should give us quite a boost. Like, we should be doing a lot more DPS with the new weapons. Whoa. Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. My mouse almost completely failed me. We almost traded away a blue weapon to like some random stranger. Let's not do that again. There we go. Don't click and drag your bind unequipped weapons when you have a mouse whose clicker is slowly dying. Just a bad idea. No, I want it in my offhand, thank you. And then this one goes in the main hand. Okay, that's good. All right, we should be all set. We never spent our talent points. It looks like we were going into precision, so we'll keep doing that. What else do we need to do while we're here? Yeah, we need to train. Let's go grab the fishing recipe for the catfish. And then we will go train, and then we'll cook the catfish. And then I think we'll be ready to queue up. I might take a coffee break right before we queue up.
Well met. Be careful.
Maybe we can learn the next rank of cooking as well. I think we're ready to learn it. I just don't know if the person here in Stormwind can teach us, or if we have to go somewhere else. I don't know why... I don't know why I came and talked to this guy. As cool as it would be, Matthias Shaw is not our class trainer.
Light be with you.
I'm just gonna train everything. We got Vanish.
For the Alliance.
Vanish, we need a reagent.
Supply only the finest goods.
Is it flash powder that we need?
For the Alliance.
Flash powder, okay.
Greetings. See you later. You need something? See you around.
Alright, let's go over to the Pig and Whistle. And we will check that out. What shaman specs have I played? Different specs and different versions of the game. Typically I lean towards enhancement. Enhancement is fun. for me when I can do two-handed weapon enhancement, which only exists until like Wrath of the Lich King, it's gone. But we've played lots of different shaman. Enhancement's always more fun for me than elemental. Alright, to the Pig and Whistle we go. Let's go see if the cook here can train us.
You need something?
He can't. Okay. Is it a book? Oh, that might be it. It's a book, isn't it? To get the next rank of cooking past 150. Alright, so I'm probably not going to want to cook all of these. I'm going to cook 30 of them. And I'm going to go AFK and refill my coffee and grab a quick snack. And when I get back, we will queue up for another Deadmines run and we'll try out our awesome new weapons. Let me click that and I will see you guys on the flip side. All right. We are back. Is the cooking trainer a reference to the Steven Seagal movie Under Siege? I mean, probably. I remember that movie, but I don't remember his character's name, you know what I mean? The Alliance banner is better. I agree. Yeah. Mostly it's the colors. All right. Lisa, welcome to the stream. Good afternoon, and thanks for being here today. Let's queue up. We have Shadowfang Keep in the list now. Not sure if we're really ready for that, and we definitely don't have flight points. But maybe we want to think about that soon. Alright, in the meantime, let's head over to the lighthouse area in Westfall, and we'll try to work on those quests while we wait for an invite. Maybe I should check the auction house for the cooking book. We could go out to Ashenvale and get it. But I think it's usually only like one more gold markup to get it from somebody off the AH. So maybe we'll just do that and have that done. What is it called? Like the expert cookbook? Okay. There we go. And then we'll probably have to do the same with first aid eventually. Radom919, I appreciate that. Thanks for being here and for hanging out with the stream. If this takes too long, we'll just put together our own group because I see a lot of rogues. Lots and lots of rogues in the queue.
King's honor, friend. Go with me.
Yeah, we need to take this character to the wetlands really, really soon. And whenever we do that, we should probably run up and get the Aralthi flight point at least. Then we can start thinking about doing SFK. Karen, have a good rest of your evening. Take care, we'll see you next time. Oh, you know what? For this quest, it would have been a lot smarter to start up here and then to work our way down. I always do it backwards with this quest. It's much better to run north first and then come down the coast. I want the automated dungeon finder for TBC so that I can put myself in the queue and I can forget about it. At least we're not on hardcore. I had to talk to my wife for a minute. She's headed out, so... Sorry about that. More reasons for me to not play hardcore on stream. Exponent Poets, welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining us today. I appreciate it. Go again. Right. I'm gonna have to put together my own group here. We're gonna have to, like, just put together our own group. 28. 28's gonna break my, 28's gonna break my kill XP. I don't want 28. Let's take a pally. Oh, there we go. Okay. So, we got a pally. We did not get the warlock. Let's grab a mage. So that takes care of DPS. This guy marked himself as everything. See if he wants to heal or tank. He doesn't care. Okay, so we'll just grab whatever we can get next. I don't want this level 28. I want to keep all the kill XP we can possibly get, so I'm not going to invite the 28. We'll just wait. Alright, everybody is either nearby or they're in Stormwind, so we have a little bit of time. We really needed to buy the fishing book. That's the book that we needed. We're basically capped out with fishing. I'm just kind of grinding on these for now. These are actually good mobs to grind on at this level. This guy is fishing up all of the tide pools. What a jerk. Alright, where is everybody at? Everybody is converging. There we go. Looks like the other pally just landed. We might as well head on over to Moonbrook. That way we're not the last person there. We will empty our bags at the vendor in Moonbrook. Definitely. Yeah, bags are absolutely trashed.
For the Alliance.
That will have to do. I could send myself some bigger bags. Now that we're on the anniversary realms, I actually have resources, bags, loot, gold. So I could send over some like 10 slot bags. Somewhere I have some in the bank. Probably on our Night Elf Warrior. It looks like we're all good to go. Oh my god, a tank with a shield? Nonsense. Impossible, unlikely. Do I have all of my classic characters on the EU? No, I'm doing some stuff on the US realms. For TBC, I'm going to do Alliance on the EU, and I'm going to do Horde side on the US realms. That is the plan. As far as like raiding, I'm going to focus on Alliance side, because I think I'm going to raid with CNET's guild. So most of our raid content will be EU Alliance. But you know, I want to have Horde going too, because I'm going to have to play a Blood Elf, so I think on the US realms I'll probably end up on like a Blood Elf mage. We'll see. JD, welcome to the stream. Mr. Blaster, thanks for joining us today. Well, we got the name guy this time. We have 3 out of 4 cards. I'll wait for our healer and our tank to mana back up here. There we go. That is 4 out of 4. Looks like we have the Pally needs 2 more. And that might be it for us. They can't decide if they're done with the quest or not. We have the 1 Pally that needs 2 more. Dino's first rule. Welcome to the stream. You're assuming you missed a lot. I mean, I've been live for 2 hours and 24 minutes. So you missed all of that. But that's okay. Thanks for being here. This is our second Deadmines run. Ah, the age-old dilemma. Do we wait for respawns, or do we continue on with the run? People are so ambivalent, they can't decide. If the person who needs the item doesn't care, then I say we do the run. If the person who needs the item really wants to get the quest done, then we stay and do the quest. In this case, they don't seem to care. Most people will run this multiple times anyway. This tank seems like the fast-moving sort of tank. We're gonna have to pay attention a little bit and try to keep up. Is there any lore behind the Defias? Oh yeah, there's a ton of lore and a ton of story. Yeah, Google it. It's actually pretty good lore, pretty good story. It starts when the Storm Masons are hired to rebuild Stormwind after the Orcs destroyed it in the First War. And yeah, there's lots of lore, lots of story. Yeah, if you read all the quests in Westfall, it does a really good job of telling you everything. But you have to read the quest, and then you get some quest items, like some letters and stuff, that it also helps to read. Oh, speaking of letters, at some point we found Captain Sanders' hidden treasure map. I don't know when that dropped, but that's nice. No loot! Oh man, it's painful when the boss doesn't drop anything at all. Not even a white item. We got it off the Murlocs. David, you ground for 2 hours trying to get it. That's how it works, isn't it? When you're not trying to get items like that, they drop when you set out. It's like the gold schedule. I remember one time I killed like 200 mobs trying to get the gold schedule, and it never drops. And then like every other character, it just drops randomly. Sida's bag on the 4th kill is pretty good. I've pulled it a couple times on the 1st or 2nd kill. It'll be interesting to see how fast he pulls like the 2nd half of the dungeon. Starting with the spiral room down to all the goblins. He terrified me. That's gonna eat into my DPS. That's really rude. I don't like that at all. Oh, apparently I did not loot this guy last time. I'm glad I looted him this time, so we finished the gnome quest. Green gloves. Alright, here we go. If the fast pulling is going to get us into trouble, it's probably going to happen somewhere in this room. But we seem really good so far. To this guy's credit, he's actually using a shield, which is probably helping out a lot when it comes to keeping him alive. Who would have thought? A shield for a tank. Not sure why we're doing this to skip the few mobs, but okay. And no ring this time either. He dropped the smelting pants. Ashley, good afternoon to you and welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining us today. Black and Defias boots. I kind of want these in case we get any of the other parts of the set. I'm gonna roll on them and hang on to them for now. I hope they don't blast the door. Don't blast the door. Please don't blast it. Let me pick this lock. It's the one thing I bring to the table here. Just let me feel important for 1 second. Do I prefer Deadmines or Wailing Caverns? I think Deadmines is probably more fun. But I almost want to say that most of the time the loot you can get out of Wailing Caverns might be better. Nah, maybe it's trash loot either way. It's close. I like Deadmines a little bit more because I've never gotten lost in Deadmines. But I've definitely gotten lost in Wailing Caverns. Alright, that's level 23. Talent point is going to go into precision. That's increasing our chance to hit. I didn't get stunned there at all. I wonder why he didn't stun me successfully. Maybe nobody got stunned that first swap. I don't know. I didn't see him do a ground pound at all. I feel like we skipped one of the ground pounds. It's fine with me. And he dropped Cookie's Tenderizer. Well, of course he did, because there's a mage in the group. You'd think the parrot would drop as loot? Yeah, but we kill it. So then we would just have a dead parrot in our bags. Which would not be the weirdest thing to have in our bags. I just don't know if there's a market for dead parrots. I don't even know if a vendor wants it. It's kind of sad. Selling a vendor the corpse of a poor little dead parrot. Isn't there a toy that can drop, like a companion pet? You might be able to get a companion pet out of here, I'm not sure. Yeah, the parrot cage drop. Yeah. I feel like I've gotten it here before. Yeah, I feel like it has a chance to drop in here. Also, a cat carrier can drop. Oh. I love getting frozen just out of melee range. Perfect Frost Nova. Wayne, thank you so much for the $10 super chat, man. That is very generous of you, and I appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out with us today. Pirates and Booty Bacon drop the epic pet. What makes it epic? Is it just purple? Epic pets. I've never had an epic pet. Oh, that was clever. I kind of wish I knew they were going to do that. Yeah, we can fight him right up here. It's not gonna start the last encounter or anything. Do I remember running for the wheel? Oh yeah. The wheel is still a valid escape route if you pull this group early. Which definitely happens sometimes. Oh, he dropped a green. Ooh, gross. A green polearm. What an awful piece of loot. It would be good for a druid. Oh, wait. They had to roll that change back. You remember the 5 minutes when Blizzard let druids equip polearms in Classic era? And then, like, everybody's mind exploded in rage, and then they rolled it back. I thought that would be cool. It'd be cool to have another class that could actually use polearms. Now, does it make sense? Not really. Doesn't really make sense for druids to use polearms.
None may challenge the Brotherhood.
No one said to focus the ads? Okay, they're putting a skull on Van Cleef. I was gonna say, I'm just gonna focus Van Cleef in this group. Since the tank has a shield, they'll probably be able to survive. And if they don't, I'm just gonna walk over into the corner and I'm gonna vanish. Hopefully we just kill the boss. There we go, boss is down. He dropped the cruel barb. Oh yeah. Yeah. I mean, we want that. We just spent some money, you know, we spent some money on these weapons, but that's still an upgrade. Obviously the tank rolled on it, and that's fine. This is great for a tank. I'm gonna roll on it. Either way, I don't really care. The tank won the roll. We rolled a 10. The tank rolled a 74. That's okay. I'd rather get some more mileage out of the weapon that I spent gold on. I'm fine with it. It's nice to see a blue drop. So, I mean, we're done here basically, and I kind of want to get myself out to wetlands. I'm kind of done with Westfall for now. I know we still have stuff we could do in Westfall. I kind of want to get out to the wetlands because I'd love to run some SFK eventually, and wetlands is the way that we can start to think about going into Arathi, grabbing the flight points and stuff. So yeah, that's it. We're gonna do that. It was a really good run, really great tank. Good times. Alright, we hearth back here to Loch Modan. And I think I'm just gonna make the run. Report to Mountaineer Rockgar. I don't know what this is. Mountaineer Rockgar. Oh, the Dunalgaz Gauntlet. Yeah, we can do that.
Keep your feet on the ground.
That one I don't care about. Okay. I'm really loving the rogue. In group content, it's amazing. In solo content, it's a lot of fun. I feel like I have the right amount of attention to give the class in 5-mans that I feel like I can succeed in a 5-man. I don't feel like I'm constantly failing at something, whether it's keeping threat or keeping up with the group. It just feels good. So yeah, this is probably gonna be my melee class. This is probably gonna be my main alliance tune on the EU side going into TBC. And this will probably be the tune that I try to do most of my raiding on the EU side of things. And then besides that, I want to have a Draenei Pally. I want to level a Draenei Pally because I want a Draenei, and we need a Paladin. But I think this is the one. I can't imagine it getting much better than this. And then on the Horde side, I'm gonna plan for a Blood Elf Mage. Yep. And then to support that Horde side character, I'm probably gonna level up either my Druid. We have like a level 30 Druid, which you guys will be seeing in the recorded series pretty soon. And then we have a level 40 Warlock that I want to jump back on as well on my Horde side US account. One of those characters will join the Blood Elf Mage on the US realms. Either the Druid or the Warlock. So we should end up with Rogue Paladin on the EU side. And then either Mage Druid or Mage Warlock on the Horde side. Fire or Frost. I don't know what's going to be better. We'll do whatever's better at endgame. We'll level at Frost, obviously. Leveling Frost is basically always the way to go. But then I'm not sure in TBC. I think Fire's probably better at endgame. It typically is. Alright, we're gonna do the Dunalgaz Gauntlet. Kill 8 Dragonmaw Scouts, 6 Dragonmaw Grunts. Yes, CNET, thanks for the guild invite, man. I meant to ask that earlier. Yeah, this is the one. It has everything I like about the warrior, but it has none of the negative externalities that we talked about earlier. I'm never going to be forced to tank. I'm never going to decide to tank and regret it because I can't tank. You know, so it has all of the like fun bits of the warrior, like, you know, like weapon reliance. You get a new weapon, it's exciting. You see a big DPS increase, you feel good. It has all that cool stuff, but none of the externalities. Am I gonna get the shiny glaives? Oh, I doubt it. Maybe. It would be nice. But how likely is it? A dwarf with glaives. That would be an interesting look. They'll be as big as me. Yes. Yes, they will. Yeah, even my swords are pretty big. That's what I like. I like the weapon size scaling a lot on the dwarf. It's kind of the bummer about playing a blood elf melee is blood elves are great, but if you do melee on a blood elf, all the weapons are so tiny. All the weapons for male and female models, they make the weapons so tiny. Not a fan. When it comes to weapons looking cool, size matters. And don't let anybody tell you otherwise. Arcane is a top spec for mages in TBC? Wow. I mean, I believe it. I've never really touched Arcane. I feel like Arcane has had a couple expansions, though, throughout the history of WoW, where it's kind of been the best rating spec. I always loved the idea of Arcane, but it's hard to find a version of the game where it's truly shining at that moment. Or what happens is, like, Arcane is good, but Arcane is really complex. That happened in retail back in, like, Dragonflight. It was like, Arcane was good, but it was really hard to play properly. And so that, obviously, for me, that breaks it, right? Can't be too hard to play, because I am not that smart. Yeah, that's the mana management aspect of it. So it's like, it's true that Arcane could have the highest damage potential, but is someone like me gonna get more DPS out of Arcane, not being able to make mistakes? Or am I gonna get more damage out of fire? I bet someone like me would probably get more damage out of fire. Because I feel like if you mess something up with Arcane, like if you mess up your mana management, it just kind of gimps you. For like maybe the rest of that fight. I don't know. We'll have dual specs so we can always check it out. I guess it would have been smart of me to turn some of these in. It's okay, I'll get myself back to Stormwind eventually. Let's see. We are done with the kill quest portion. Now we just have to finish the run through the tunnel. So we have the flight point from Menethil Harbor. I want to grab these two quests. Tramping Paws and then the delivery. And then I want to head up into the Arathi Highlands. And I want to get the refuge point, flight point. I feel like if we get the refuge flight point at least, then we might be able to queue for SFK. Obviously, like, ideally you would have the South Shore flight point. So maybe we'll just do the whole run. Maybe we'll just run all the way out the South Shore. And just get that done. I'm gonna poke my head into the SFK queue really fast and just see, like, what it looks like. Because sometimes on Alliance side, people don't run SFK. Because it's a little bit of a pain to get to. Let's just see what it looks like. Oh yeah. Yeah, see, that's what I was afraid of, right? Are we never gonna really get to do SFK on this character? Are we gonna have to be content doing BFD? Is that gonna be our dungeon option for this level range? So we can't even get into BFD yet. Oof. I still think it's still worth it to go get the flight points, I think. Maybe we even just put ourselves in the queue. And just, like, you know, do the run, see how that goes. This is why we need summoning stones turned on. I bet if the summoning stones were turned on, you would see a lot more Alliance people running SFK. Because obviously there's lots of good loot in there, lots of good XP. But there are no quests for Alliance. And it's a little bit of a pain to get people out there at this level range. We're not naturally doing anything out in Hillsbrad. Yeah, there's no reason not to have the summoning stones. They'll be turned on as soon as the pre-patch goes live, you know? I'd rather just have them now. We could do this quest while we're over here. We could sit in queue for now and do this quest. It's probably an okay idea. So we really don't want to fight the Fen runners, because they run. Not only do they run much faster than we do. And we're just gonna have to hope that he doesn't bring back a bunch of friends. Because I can't catch him. And I have no way that I know of to slow him down. We don't have hamstring or anything. Here he comes. I was gonna say, did Stitches relocate? How messed up would that be if Stitches could spawn anywhere and then there was like a chase mechanic? Where he would just chase you and you'd have to run from him? Like Nemesis? That'd be scary on hardcore. It'd be annoying on not hardcore. Can I pull this guy out without pulling the whole camp? I don't know. And I don't know if I want to risk it. Alright, let's risk it. We have evasion up if we need it. Okay, we pulled 3 of them. I feel like we're gonna have to do evasion here. Yeah, let's pop evasion. I don't think evasion's gonna do it. I kind of overestimated what we could do. And now I have big regrets. I do have some potions. Let's go ahead and pop one of those. I don't know. It's gonna be close. It's gonna be very close. I could do this, and I could do this. That's a nice trick. Glad that actually worked a little bit this time. For some reason, Retail Rogue doesn't feel as good as Classic Rogue. I think Retail Rogue has had problems for a long time now. I don't follow a lot of retail anymore, but when I was following retail stuff, like the Rogue was kind of just like left behind. Lots of classes got lots of good updates, and the Rogue has been suffering for a while now. I mean, we're in a group here. We got invited. I'm assuming this is for SFK. We at least need heals and DPS, so we'll see how this comes together. Oh yeah, the warrior could be DPS. That's why I said at the very least we need heals. So we could need everything still. I'm just gonna let it play out. Where are we at with this one? I'd like to finish this kill quest. I don't know if we're gonna have time for it. We'll see if this run comes together. I can't catch that guy. I have to stop fighting these runners because, man, they're just gonna get me in trouble. They're just gonna get me in trouble. Oh my gosh. Oh, I need to just like leash everything and heal myself up and get a clean start here. There we go. Let's eat some buff food actually. The Warlock is sad because we're all so far away. I'm sad too. The good news is, if somebody else has a flight point to South Shore, we have a Pally in South Shore, and the Warlock is at the Instance. So if one other person feels like they can get out there before us, then we don't have to make the run. So let's just see what happens. I travel there. I don't have the flight point yet. All right. Well, it looks like we're gonna have to make the run. And because I can't be the only one without the flight point, but yeah, oh great. What is this? Oh wait. Why do I have aggro on you? No. No. I did not fight you. I did not engage you. I did not pull you. Why do I have threat? Somebody else was fighting you. Alright, I'm gonna peel out of here. And we're gonna try to do this run. I would be very surprised if this group hangs together until we're all assembled. I feel like 80% of Alliance SFK groups fall apart before they even begin. But we'll see. Patrick, good afternoon to you and welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining us today. The Warlock asked, do you guys mind doing part of the dungeon that people usually skip? Need to complete a quest. What part of SFK do people usually skip? I can't think of like a part of SFK that one would skip. It's pretty linear. Unless it's like killing the horses in the stables, you can skip that.
You got my attention.
I guess we'll find out. Let's use the vendor here and just ditch some of our inventory before I completely forget to do that.
I got what you need.
Although, we're holding on to so many quest items, it's kind of unreal. I'm gonna sell some of the old cloth that we're not using. I gotta sell some of this buff food. That's still not looking really good. There we go. That's about all we can do. It actually gets really, really dark in the wetlands at night. Oh no. It's a very, very big spider. Too big for us to handle.
Good day to you. Have a good one.
Alright, we're halfway to halfway. We're making progress. Oh god. I really can't go off-road here. Oh yeah, let's chain some more raptors this way. That's just what I needed. I bet all those raptors are on my aggro chain now. Oh, I got lucky. Okay, let's stay on the road, I suppose. We looted crisp spider meat and we needed that for a quest. That must be a Dark Shore quest. No. I don't know what quest that was. Yeah, I have no idea. I'm gonna do two things in town. I'm gonna grab the flight point, obviously, but I'm also gonna set my Hearthstone. Don't really need it back at the Stout Lager Inn. And from here, I can quickly fly back to the wetlands. So yeah, let me go set the hearth, and then we will grab the flight point, and then we will be on our way. What's my favorite song on WoW? Like my favorite music track? Eversong Woods music. Ashenvale music is really good. Dunmorrow music at night is really good. It's a, you know, it's just a bunch of bangers basically.
You need something?
I can't really think of any music that I don't like. Maybe the Forsaken Inn music
See you around.
is a little bit strange.
You need something? Farewell.
We have no time to kill you, cat. We have people waiting on us, and they've been waiting for a long time. We are heading over to Shadowfang Keep, which, unless you have the South Shore flight point at a really low level, takes like an hour to get everybody out to. Classic era life will be so much better after the pre-patch drops. We've had two people at the stone for a long time. If the summoning stones were turned on, we would already be probably halfway through the run. We might even be approaching the end of the run already, depending on everybody's like power level and stuff. But yeah, we would definitely, if we had summoning stones turned on, we would definitely already be at least halfway through the run. Nomergon music. Oh yeah, of course. I do Nomergon so seldomly that thankfully I forget about the horrible music. When we do Nomergon, we usually use Leatrix to play different music. I usually just turn on Dunmoreau music if and when we do Nomergon. In Classic Era, you can't get a mount until level 40. Once TBC drops, that will change to level 30, but right now it's level 40. Let's just go straight. Oh my gosh, we are finally here. The Warlock has soul shards. Should be good to go. I hope this priest is not AFK. Alright, 2 summons have gone off. We have the warrior here with us. Now we just need the priest to click accept. Did he not get it? Oh, come on. Oh, okay. He's messing with the Warlock. The Warlock had only 2 soul shards, so if he messed up either of the summons, he'd have to run back to Hillsbrad to find a green mob to get another soul shard to redo the summon. But it looks like we're good. Now we can finally do the dungeon. We'll skin whatever we can, but I'm not gonna hang out back here skinning while everybody else goes ahead and fights. So yeah, we'll skin what we can, but it won't be everything. Did that boss just drop 0 loot? Oh, he dropped rugged spalders. He dropped a white piece of gear, white shoulders. Well, that was nice of him. Esme, welcome to the stream and happy Saturday to you. Thanks for joining us today. And he dropped the bloody apron. Cloth chest with 8 stamina. Orantius, I have no restrictions on you. If there's something you can't do, you'll have to blame YouTube, unfortunately. Not sure why that would be. Can I turn up the volume a bit? I could, but do I need to? Sometimes the music in here gets really, really loud. And when it gets really, really loud, I tend to turn it down. You'll hear it when it gets loud. Right now, there's not a lot of actual music going on. So I can leave it up a little bit for now. But when the music kicks out, it's gonna blow your eardrums out. It's like, it's as loud as the Stormwind music. Baron Scepter, another green item. See, this is the loud part I was talking about. This is Orgrimmar music, I think. Okay, that boss dropped a green cloak. I don't think he dropped any actual loot. I think the green cloak was an incidental drop. Good times. Well, there we go. The Odo Lay Staff. 5 stamina, 12 spirits. It's basically a hunter's leveling staff. Nobody needs it. Could it be a druid staff too? Sure. Yeah, absolutely. It could even be good for an arms warrior that has a terrible weapon. If you just have a low DPS weapon and you're an arms warrior, staff could be for you. The staff could be for lots of people. It just isn't very good for any specific class, for any specific reason. It's hunter loot, yep. It's all hunter loot. Whoops. Yeah, that's the one thing about paladin tanks, no taunt. If he's not careful, we're gonna pull the entire back part of this room, and I don't really know how that will go. I'm willing to bet it would go badly, but then again, this paladin can hold a lot of threat. It would be down to whether or not the healer could keep him alive. It looks like we're all a high enough level that we're not going to aggro those guys anyway. So that's good. Okay, we did pull it. Yeah, we pulled it. I'm not digging it. It looks like we're already running away. Now we can leash these guys if we can get out of here. We can jump across the roofs here and they can't follow us. Is that what we're doing? I think that's what we're doing. Yeah. Yeah, we can zone out. Oh. Well, I mean, I'm gonna zone out. I don't know what they're gonna do. I don't want to do the spirit run. The spirit run from South Shore sucks. So I'm gonna zone out. There we go. Now, there's no reason to wipe there because it's so easy to leash them. Well, now I gotta run back. That room has killed lots of hardcore characters for no reason. Because like I said, you can pretty easily lose those mobs. If you realize they're coming and you run right away, then you'll get away before they get to you. If you hesitate, and you try to fight, then it's very likely that you'll die. You just can't hesitate. You just gotta go. Oh, we have a patrol. Boop. Oh shit. We got double patrol. I think we're just gonna have to fight this. Yep. Alright. Take two. I'm not sure how we ended up pulling them. What do we have? Level 27, 25, 27, 24. If anybody pulled them, unfortunately, it was me. I'm the lowest level in the group, so if somebody body pulled them, it had to be me. Bummer. And they're coming again. Maybe we should just stand and fight this time. He says. Famous last words. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like we gotta kill some of them before... If we're gonna run again, we gotta kill some of them first. Otherwise, we're never gonna clear the room, apparently. Alright, we got a priority target, so find a guy with low health and focus on that guy. Oh, there we go. We survived. That's all that matters. With that being said, we're in pretty rough shape. Sometimes you just gotta stand and fight. It's tough in that situation not having any AoE. But, you know, we try to focus down one at a time, but with a Warlock and a Pally, there's lots of AoE damage going out. But we just can't contribute to any of it. I don't know if we get any kind of AoE in Classic Era. Do we eventually get some kind of like sweeping strikes mechanic? I don't mind not having AoE as long as I can kind of keep up a little bit with single target. And so far, looking at the overall damage, I feel like I can keep up, even though I can only hit one target at a time. We get Blade Flurry, yeah. And that has a little bit of a cooldown on it, though. It's a level 30 talent. Okay. Well, that's good. At least we get something. Just for those massive pulls like that, it'd be nice to have a button to push. And he dropped a green cloak. I'm gonna roll on that cloak. 4 agility, 2 stamina is better than what I have. It's a green, but I'll take it. And my inventory is basically full. Full of what? I don't know, like full of garbage, I guess. I'm gonna find some crap to drop on the ground. Yeah. Drop this. Drop this. Well, that's nice. Somebody finally dropped a blue that might be useful to someone. This could go to the Warlock or to the Priest. Very nice. Alright, and there he is. Our old friend. They rolled off for the Feline Mantle. One of them rolled a 3 and one of them rolled a 9. Very impressive rolls. Let's see how they want to pull him. Everybody does it a little bit different. We're just gonna run up. Oh, okay, we're gonna pull him back down. That works. Maybe. Oh, he's level 26. I hope we can hit him most of the time. There we go. And he dropped Aragel's belts. 2 agility, 10 intellect, and 3 spirits. Very cool. That'll go to somebody for sure. Who needs that? Looks like the priest needs it. That's it. That is the run. It's a pretty good group. And now we hearth back to South Shore. That's gonna be it for me for today, guys. I really appreciate y'all hanging out with me. It has been a lot of fun, and I have basically decided that the rogue is gonna be it for me. The rogue is going to be my main on the EU servers. We're going to take this rogue through the dark portal someday, soon, TM. Besides that, we'll also have a Draenei Paladin when the time comes. So yeah, it's been a very productive day. Thank you for joining me for it. As always, take care of yourselves out there in the real world and take care of each other. And we will see you back in Azeroth again very soon. Bye for now.